Do not live stream from your personal devices. All right, bowling fans, pick out your favorite athlete, cheer her on. Athletes, arrows are up. You have a full set of pins. Press that start key on your consoles. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a great send-off for round one of the 2017 U.S. Women's Open. Good luck, ladies.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the 2017 U.S. Women's Open. We're here at Plano Super Bowl in Plano, Texas. This is Matt Canizaro, spending the day here at Super Bowl with Emil Williams Jr. and Aaron Smith. Continued coverage of this great event goes on throughout the week. So you heard Emil and Aaron on earlier with some great special guests throughout the day. Now I am rotating in for a moment. Aaron handling some other TV show business. The Junior Gold Championships about to begin on CBS Sports Network. I believe the intercollegiate show on right now. So if you can get two windows going at once. A lot of bowling happening here. I believe there's a PBA 50 event down to the stepladder finals happening right now as well. So if you're a bowling fan, you have come to the right place. We are here on Extra Frame, the 13th event of the 2017 PWBA Tour season. The season winding down. This is the third of 4 majors, and the culmination will be over Labor Day weekend at the PWBA Tour Championship. We'll have all those details and much more throughout this 8-game block and during the rest of the week. So again, this is the third major out of 4 for the season. The U.S. Women's Open, long format here at this tournament. So all players will bowl 24 games of qualifying over 3 days. Then we'll cut the field down to the top 38. And we'll have 8 more games. 32 game totals will determine the 24 players who advance to round robin match play. All competitors in match play will bowl 24 games. So they'll face everybody once and have a position round. And then 56 game pinfall totals with bonus spins for each win will determine the 5 players who advance to the TV show. And that will be live on CBS Sports Network on Sunday, August 6th at noon Eastern. You can find all the details at pwba.com/live, or just go to the U.S. Open event on pwba.com. A lot of great information there. Right now you're watching C Squad. This is the 3rd qualifying squad of the day. So the field this week, assuming everybody showed up, would be at 115 bowlers, split up over A, B, and C squads. A squad bowled this morning on the fresh. B squad came in on the burn, and now C squad bowling on the double burn. And the format will stay the same throughout the week, but the squads will rotate. So this 43-foot oil pattern, 31 mils, and ice conditioner provided by Kegel, our official lane maintenance provider. So 43 feet designed to hold up throughout the day. Again, A squad bowled this morning on the fresh, then B squad, C squad here on the double burn. Only 3 or 4 in a pair, so not a whole lot of traffic throughout the day here. Tomorrow, they will rotate. And instead of ABC, we'll go BCA. Then they'll come back on Thursday for their final 8 games, CAB. So everybody getting a chance to see each variation of the oil pattern. Featured pairs here on Extra Frame for this week. Lanes 23 and 24, 25 and 26 here at Plano Super Bowl. And a lot of coverage coming your way. You get to see the best female bowlers in the world. We do appreciate everybody stopping in. A lot of great bowling action going on tonight. Hopefully a little time for each of us here, either online or on CBS Sports Network. Up on our featured pairs here, you get to see right there Carolyn Doran Ballard, the Hall of Famer, knocking all 10 down on lane 24. We've also got Jordan Newham stepping up on 23 right now. Valerie Bercier on 24. And final player on that pair, Brandy Branca. Saw her make her first telecast earlier this season in the season opening event in Sonoma County. And to our right, we have Linda Walbaum. Jolene Planafors, one of a large contingent from Sweden this week. And Liz Colkin, former Junior Team USA member. Also a PWBA champion. Again, if everybody showed up for all 3 squads today, the number would be at 115 entrants. Cut that down to the top third for the cashers round. So 38 players will advance to that 4th round of qualifying. Well, while we have the opportunity here, just getting comfortable here in game 1 of 8. So it'll be a nice long block here, but we'll take a look at the standings. After 2 squads so far today, A and B already hopefully back at the hotel resting after a long day of competition, but leading the way, Sandra Gongora of Mexico, plus 226. That's a 228.25 average. She bowled on B squad. It came out of the gate strong 268, 226, 235, 237, and then finished the block with 238 to get to 1826 plus 226 after 8 games. She's followed by A squad leader Ashley Galante at plus 217. Rocio Restrepo of Colombia, currently living in Louisville, Ohio. She is a PWBA Tour champion. She's at plus 191, followed by Sweden's Jenny Wegner at plus 189. And Jelimar Beasley of Venezuela at plus 185. Sweden's Sandra Anderson, plus 184. 2012 USBC Queens champion Deandra Beatty, plus 183. Jen Higgins, we saw her in a couple of Queens TV shows in recent years. She rolled the first and only 300 game through the first day of competition. She's in 8th place at plus 181. Liz Johnson, our 3-time defending champion and 2-time reigning player of the year. She's in 9th place at plus 175, so strong start for her. Started with 267, finished with 245. And rounding out the top 10, New Jersey's Jen Russo at plus 173. Consistent day for her, and she closed things out with 279 to get to plus 173. So there's your top 10, and Liz Culkin trying to make her way into the top 10. Here, the opening game, she's got the front 6 here, live on Extra Frame. So of that top 10, pretty good balance between A squad and B squad. Looks like 4 from A squad, 6 from B squad. So probably what you'd expect. Fresh always plays a little bit tougher, typically. And then with a little bit of traffic, the lanes open up. Scores tend to get higher as the day progresses. So again, only 3 or 4 on a pair. But traditionally, higher scores might come from B or C squad. But you never do know. Some great bowling earlier today. We'll see if Gongora can hold on. But as any of these players will tell you, still a long way to go. This is just day 1. The big thing about this event, of course, is that pinfall carries over for 56 games. So if you can get some momentum going and get a nice cushion and try to ride that out throughout the week, definitely great for the confidence. For those bowling very well, a reward, of course, is that you get to keep that pinfall throughout. So, but again, very early in the event, any of the players will tell you in an interview afterwards, one day at a time, one shot at a time. First goal is to make that cut to the top third, get into the top 38, and then regroup for 8 more games. Goal after that to make match play, and then of course set your sights on the TV show. Liz Culkin has the front 7 here on 25 and 26. String of strikes down to our right. Looks like Vandermeer from the Netherlands. And she snapped off the 10 for the front 8. So keep an eye on that for sure. Danielle, very talented player and champion at the USBC Women's Championships. Again, this is game 1 of 8, C squad. And we'll be back in the morning, bright and early tomorrow, Second round of qualifying gets underway at 9 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. If you're nearby, you want to come visit, please do. Reasonably priced admission to come in and watch the best ladies in the world do their thing here. We're at Plano Super Bowl in Plano, Texas. Not too far from the DFW airport. Liz Culkin's run at perfection comes to an end here in the 8th frame. 3.6, 7.10. Emil Williams Jr. running down to the low side here. Again, just based on the nature of the event, only 24 lanes in play. Starting on lane 9. Nine through 32. Sorry, 34. 9 through 34. We're going to run down and check on Vandermeer. And we'll be right back to bring you the rest of game number 1 here on our featured pairs. Again, this is Matt Canizaro. You're watching coverage of the 2017 U.S. Women's Open here in Plano, Texas. Right, so game one coming to a close here. Some pretty high scores all around here in our featured pair. Liz Culkin leading the way, 276. Danielle Vandermeer had 298. We'll get that video posted on the official PWBA Facebook page here very shortly. Reports coming in that Christina Roseberg had 300 down on the low side. We'll get confirmation of that. Emil Williams Jr. on the call down there. So he'd get that video posted here in just a minute. Again, on the official PWBA Facebook page. So get there, check it out. Some great coverage from earlier in the day as well. So don't miss a minute of the action on there. Highlights for sure. Outside of what you can see here on Extra Frame. Culkin 276. Plano 4's 165 to start here. All bound can get to 235 with a spare here. And our other pair just a few frames behind. If you have any questions or comments for us, again, visit the official PWBA Facebook page. There's a thread there for Live Now. C-Squad on the lanes for round one. Drop your questions and comments there. We'll keep an eye on that for you. Wallbound finishes with 235, so good start there. And here on our other pair, Valerie Bullen well. Still can get to 238. Compared to our right, recent PWBA Tour champion Daria Payuk, 256. Brianna Cote, 258. She won the Lexington Open in 2016. So as I mentioned, as we got underway here, the way these events typically go is that we'll see the higher scores later in the day after some traffic as the oil breaks down and the lanes open up a little bit. Not always, but that often is the trend. So the fresh typically might play a little bit tougher, and that was, of course, this morning, A squad. But all three squads will rotate through and get to see the fresh burn and double burn at some point during the week. So everybody will have equal opportunity, and with only so many pairs in play, that keeps things fair as well, that they're all seeing the same lanes throughout qualifying. Miscue there for Brandy Branca. Missing the 10 pin in the 9th frame. Definitely cannot give away pins at this level. All right, Branca gonna step up here and finish things off in the 10th frame. Micah gets the first hit there. She can get to 184. Waste no time. Gets up. Shot number 2. Doesn't roll the 2, so she'll be in the 170s here. Carolyn Dorn-Ballard. Relatively local. She lives about 50 miles away in Keller, Texas. 50 miles around here could be anywhere from 45 minutes to 2 hours, but imagine she is still planning to sleep in her own bed this week. Off to a little bit of a tough start here. .43-foot oil pattern, 31 mils, and Kegel ice oil. That's designed to be a little bit slicker and definitely hold up longer than most other oils. CDB, nice pickup there on the baby split. Branca finishes with 174. Newham now can get to 205. CDB, all 10 gives her 172. Appreciate everybody joining in here. CDB delivers, 10 back, 172 start. Again, a long way to go. 24 games of qualifying for everybody. Then we'll cut down to the top 38 for 8 more games. If you're just tuning in for the first time today, now that a work day is over, thanks for joining us. Betsy Bearhoff, thank you for the kind words and for tuning in. It's nice to see you in Las Vegas. I'm sure we'll catch up down the road shortly. Game 1 done for Newham, 205. So we saw a couple of big scores on 25 and 26, and 23 and 4 looking a little bit challenging here in game 1, but Mercier's going to be leading the way. One more here puts her in the 230s. Another great shot. Valerie from New Hampshire is going to talk this over. Maybe try something different here on the fill ball. Getting the player they are chasing. Sandra Gongora of Mexico, plus 226. She averaged 228.25 in the opening round. She was on B squad. So middle of the day, after the lanes already had some traffic on them. Final shot here for Valerie. Again, 238 max score. Behind the pair by more than 30. Big ball change. Looks like she liked that one. So 238 it is. And players on the move, getting ready for game number 2. great international representation here at this year's U.S. Open. Haven't got the final count yet, but we'll see a handful of different countries represented here in our second game coming up in just one moment. Four different countries represented on 25 and 26 here. There's our two-time USBC Queens champion, Diana Zavialova, joined by former Junior Team USA member Noah Rhodes. Vandertol here, the left-hander from the Netherlands. Great shot. Joining her, Giselle Paz, Puerto Rico. To our left, England represented, Verity Crawley. A Rookie of the Year candidate here in 2017. She's joined by Women's Championships titleist Brooke Bauer. Here's Aaron Smith taking some live stream booth selfies or doing some craziness. I don't know what he's doing. I'll make a face at him though. There it is. Game two underway on both pairs now. So many talented players. We'll have the updated standings as soon as they become available here in just one moment. Of course, we'll be on 300 watch as well. We've had one so far earlier today, Jen Higgins, and then of course one on the opening game today. Allegedly, Christina Rosberg, but we'll have confirmation on the official PWBA Facebook page in just one moment. Looks like our final player for game two, Caitlin Johnson, who might have had a pretty good week at Junior Gold last week and might be making a TV appearance coming up this month as well on CBS Sports Network. And I see in our Facebook thread, Lisa Vent switching between the PWBA and PBA 50 step ladder here on Extra Frame. I'm watching a little bit of baseball on TV, but if she was feeling extra wild, she'd find one more device and pull up CBS Sports Network and watch a little bit of Junior Gold bowling as well. If you're looking for the details of this week's event, would like to check out the latest standings, Again, visit pwba.com/alive or just pwba.com with some great coverage throughout the week, feature stories, and all kinds of other great information to keep things interesting and entertaining here from Plano Super Bowl. Scores updated. C Squad, one game done, and we have confirmation. Christina Roseberg, 300 in the opening game. So she is your C Squad leader. Danielle Vandermeer, 298. As Culkin, we saw 276 right here in our featured pair. Brianna Cote, 258. Leanne Holstenberg, 258. Amanda Fry, 256. Daria Payuk, 256 as well. Bethany Campbell, 247. Nicole Bauer, 242. So great start here for our C Squad. Probably as expected. These ladies will bowl in the middle of the day tomorrow. So they'll be on the burn tomorrow and then on the fresh for the final round of qualifying on Thursday. And you can catch all of that here live on Extra Frame. This is Matt Canizaro. Aaron Smith here as well. Currently handling business with the Junior Gold TV show. And Emil Williams Jr. around as well. As this is a complete team effort here on the PWBA Tour, especially when it's this close to home. Got Jay checking in on the Facebook thread. Appreciate you being here. Tell all your friends. We'll be here for 6 more games after this. Great shot by Giselle Paz. Again, Team Puerto Rico. Bowled at Vanderbilt. There's Rhodes, Junior Team USA member in 2015. She is perfect through 4 here on Extra Frame. Verity Crawley, former standout at Weber International, and a couple TV appearances this year, including a runner-up finish at the Detroit Open. Vandertold, great shot, but the 8 won't go. Very talented left-hander. And speaking of left-handers, we mentioned the long format here at the U.S. Women's Open. And last year, Shannon Plahowski was the lone lefty among the top 24 in match play. She snuck in by 4 pins. Qualified 24th for match play and then found her way to the #1 seed for TV in 24 games. Just an unbelievable run, and came up a little bit short in the title match. Ran into Liz Johnston, who has been unstoppable at this event and in general over these 3 PWBA seasons since the tour returned in 2015. Liz, Player of the Year, back-to-back, and pretty much about to wrap things up for 3 in a row. So we were waiting to do some math this week and to see what it would take for her to mathematically lock up Player of the Year, if that's possible. Still with one event to go, so the major's worth double points. But the U.S. Women's Open here, the 13th of 14 events on the season, and then the finale will be the Tour Championship. And that coming up first week of September. September 3rd to the 6th, Smithfield PWBA Tour Championship. That is at the Richmond International Raceway in Richmond, Virginia. That event features just 16 players. Again, it is a major on the PWBA Tour, but includes all of the eligible winners from the 2017 Tour season. And then the rest of the 16-player field will be filled in from the points list. So all the winners already presented their travel bags and some goodies to get ready for that event. A whole bunch of players still fighting to have enough points to qualify for that event. So Aaron Smith, Jason Thomas and company keeping the stats up to date so you can get an idea what's what with, again, just these 2 events left, but this one being the last one worth any points here to qualify for the Tour Championship. And of course, the Tour Championship the last 2 years has decided both player and rookie of the year. So a lot on the line this week especially. See how things shake out, and no doubt we'll have some good variety of coverage as we work our way towards the Tour Championship. But right now, it's all about the U.S. Women's Open. They call it grueling, but in a good way. One of the players yesterday said her hand hurt like never before after 56 games last year in Addison, Illinois, but that's not a bad thing. That's a good kind of hurt because it means you made it that far and got to bowl all of the games here. So I think most of these players hoping that their hands hurt by the end of the week. That means they've had a great run here at Plano Super Bowl. Just past the halfway point now on our featured pairs. Brooke Bauer stepping up on 24 right now. She is working on 4 consecutive strikes. Got that one a little bit left, but it holds, and the 10 won't go. So her string ends at 4. Nicole Bauer with 242 in the opening game. But Brooke Bauer, let's just see how she did. Brooke Bauer, 211 in game number 1. Crawley had 225. Caitlin Johnson, 194. Noah Rhodes, 168 in the opener. Diana had 233. Vandertool 235. And Poss 215. Again, if you want to check out the scores, pwba.com/live has all the details. Or dive a little deeper, pwba.com is where it's at. This is game 2 of 8. Final squad of the day. Then we'll be back on the air tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern. We'll see our B squad first. And these ladies will take the lanes in the middle of the day. And A squad will close things out on the double burn tomorrow evening at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. 6:30 here in the DFW area. Please come join us in person. Coming up on Sunday, big day here at Plano Super Bowl. We'll have the live finals of the U.S. Women's Open. That is at noon Eastern on CBS Sports Network. And we'll have 3 more TV shows taped for delayed broadcast right after that, 2 p.m. local time. The finals of the PWBA Orlando Open. Homecoming for 2015 PWBA Rookie of the Year, Stephanie Johnson. She really came into her own and spent some time as a competitor and employee at Boardwalk Bowl in Orlando, Florida. Made the TV show. That was her first event back after the birth of her second child. And now the TV finals will take place here at Plano Super Bowl, where she now works. She lives nearby with husband Chris Johnson and their 2 kids, and she's trying to finish off that double homecoming with a win here on Sunday. That will air on CBS Sports Network on August 15th. That'll be followed by the finals of the PWBA St. Petersburg Clearwater Open. That will air August 22nd. And then the finals of the nationwide PWBA Rochester Open. That will air on August 29th. So, as we've seen for the last couple months, Tuesdays nights are for bowling on CBS Sports Network. Right now, tune in to see some 15 and under action from the Junior Gold Championships that wrapped up last week. Not going to tell you what happens, but there will be a recap on bowl.com later tonight and on the official USBC Facebook page. Many thanks to CBS Sports Network for keeping bowling in the spotlight. 23 events total on the air in 2017. And of course, our great sponsors here on the PWBA Tour: Cubic AMF, Smithfield, Nationwide, Pepsi, Go Bowling. What a year. All right, final frame underway here on 23 and 24. Bauer gets the first hit in the 10th. She can get to 238. Trouble for Johnson in the 9th frame. She was working on a double. All right, the 7-10. Slowing her roll here. Here's Bauer trying to make it 2 for 2. The ball holds, snaps to 10, so she will be in the 230s. Just has to keep it on the lane here. Crawley looking to join her, can get there with a double and 8. And Rhodes with the miscue. Started this game with 4 strikes. That was her 4th consecutive 9 count, but the 7 not converted. Crawley gets the first hit. Poss trying to get some momentum back after a split in the 7th, and she does. Bauer finishes with 235. Shot by Diana in the 9th after an open frame of her own. Crawley 2 for 2 in the 10th. Been a long season here in the PWBA Tour going back to April. Some very challenging lane conditions along the way. Definitely had to make great shots and make your spares to find success here in 2017. And many players did that. Regardless of the condition, somebody has to win. And we saw some great TV finals on CBS Sports Network this year. Personal favorite, the Greater Detroit Open. Daria Payuk, Verity Crawley fighting for the title. But I think the best part was the victory speech given at the end by Daria. If that didn't get you choked up, I don't know what to tell you, because there were some tears being cried on the TV set there. Some very kind words from Daria, both to her family back home and showing her gratitude for the victory, and to her great friend Verity Crawley and her personal performance. If you missed that one, make sure to check it out when it comes back on. Right now we're wrapping up game 2 here at the U.S. Women's Open. Final squad of the day, Crawley finishes with 229. Johnson can get to 196 with 10 on the fill here. And we're just about ready for our final frame on 25 and 26. If you want to see the final shots of Christina Rosberg's perfect game. Stop by the official PWBA Facebook page now. Emil has that video up. She did it on the end pair. First game on C Squad. Looks like she got a late trip of the 4. On the second one in the 10th. Second 300 of the event, Jen Higgins, former Junior Team USA member, had one earlier in the day. All right, here we are, final frame. On 25 and 26, Zabialova. Can get to 225. She goes high, leaves the 4-7. Rhodes again started with 4 strikes. 9 counts the rest of the way here. Just the one miscue in the 8th frame. She still can get to 214. Rhodes with the spare. Diana converts. Rhodes finishes with 214, of course. Strike on the fill ball. And 24, not wasting any time. Getting underway here for game number 3. We'll meet those players here in just a moment. We'll let our other pair finish up here with game number 2. Diana can get to 205. Bucket on the fill, 201 for the 2-time Queens champ. Vandertol working on a double. The left-hander can get to 227. She crosses over, leaves the 4-7. Here's Poss-up on 25. Great shot from Giselle for the double in a 10th. Even with the heavier volume here on this pattern, 31 mils in the ice oil. Some of these players, the right-handers, getting pretty far left here early in our final block of the day. Not a surprise by any means. Many of them extremely talented and versatile. So able to play various parts of the lane. That's what it takes to find success at this level. Here's Giselle. Almost sliding at the left gutter. She delivers all 3, finishes with 202. Good count here, and Vandertol will make it 4 for 4. On our featured pair, everybody over 200. Barely, but she got there. 201. So those players on the move, and a new group headed our way here for game number 3. In game 3 of 8, C squads round 1. Bethany Campbell from nearby the Colony, Texas. Camilla Dahmers coming from Aruba. We mentioned the great international representation. We'll get a final count here. After today's competition, we'll start preparing our TV notes for Sunday's live show. We saw England, Netherlands, Puerto Rico, Latvia, in our last game. Campbell and Dahmers joined by Shannon O'Keefe. Had a great 2016 season. 2017 not going so bad. Even picked up a couple national titles as a coach. McKendree Bearcats. Winning at the NCAA National Championships and Intercollegiate Team Champions. Shannon crossing over, leaves the 5-pin. She had a double to start. And to our right, Roseburg. Saw her shoot 300 in the opening game. Again, if you want to see those final shots, visit the official PWBA Facebook page. She's joined by USBC Hall of Famer Leanne Holstenberg. Won this event back in 2011 at Cowboy Stadium. What an awesome experience that had to be. She was joined there by her husband Gary and her son Barrett. Some of the coolest pictures that she'll always have as a memory. The lane on the field at Cowboy Stadium. Now she is fighting to stay high enough in the points to be able to take Barrett to Richmond over Labor Day weekend. The Raceway, Barrett a big racing fan. A little extra motivation for Leanne. Also on this pair, we have Nicole Bauer. Again, most pairs have 3 players. Some do have 4. Taking a look now at the standings. 114 players total in the field this week, so somebody didn't make it. But we're at 114. We're going to cut down to the top 38 after 24 games of qualifying. Those 38 bowlers will bowl 8 more games, and then we'll go from 38 down to 24 for round robin match play. And pinfall will carry over for the entire event. Bonus pins for match play. Then we'll whittle things down again to the top 5 for the live TV finals on Sunday. Complete schedule available at pwba.com. And we'll have updated standings through 2 games coming through here momentarily. And the overall leader, Mexico's Sandra Gongora, averaging nearly 229. She's at plus 226, followed by Ashley Galante, 217 over. Rocio Restrepo, plus 191. Jenny Wegner of Sweden, plus 189. Jelmar Beasley, plus 185 to round out the top 5. Looks like our C squad leader, Liz Culkin, out to a hot start, 276, 266. Liz has no problem getting left and booming it. She definitely can play the big wheel, so not surprised to see her excelling here on C Squad. Danielle Vandermeer at 298 in the opening game, 226 game 2. She's at plus 124. 18 pins behind Liz Culkin here. Roseberg, 300, 223. She's at plus 123. And then Holstenberg making an appearance. 258, 245. Great start for Leanne. They called her Boomer back in the day. So also, not surprised that as the lanes open up, she has found a look here. She is looking for a double, and she delivers a great shot. So they do have all three squads listed on the standings right now. C Squad through 2 games. But 38th place right now is at plus 82. Plano Super Bowl has a bit of a reputation as a higher scoring center here in the DFW area, and seems to be the trend here on this 43-foot US Women's Open oil pattern. Heavy volume at 31 mils. Iced oil makes it even slicker. Team USA member Ashley Galante standing by. Bowled this morning. And now back in the bowling center to keep an eye on the action here tonight. She's in great position after day 1. 2nd overall. Averaging more than 227. Started with 276 on the fresh. Actually had the front 9 as we walked in the building this morning. Lisa Vint checking in. Parker Bone beats Norm Duke at the PBA 50 Tour event. We saw Parker's son, Brandon Bone, win the U12 Junior Gold title last week on CBS Sports Network. So back-to-back weeks in the winner's circle for the Bone family. Congrats to Parker and Brandon. Shannon O'Keefe looking to double up here on lane 23, and she delivers. Holstenberg, bit of a tough task ahead of her, the 3, 6, 7, 10. Boomer gives it a run and gets 3. Leanne 100 over after 2. Again, she was a winner at this event in 2011, so she understands the challenging format. Most bowlers will tell you, especially with seeing the fresh burn and double burn, only having so many bowling balls at your disposal as well. Potentially more mentally challenging than physically. Certainly they've bowled a lot of games over the course of the 2017 PWBA Tour season. Traveled a lot of miles. Staying mentally strong, often equally or more important than the physical part of things. Roseberg able to double up here after the split. Frame number 2. Bauer gets the 7 to go late for the strike in the 6th. So we're past the halfway point here. A couple frames ahead to our left on 23 and 24. Campbell in the 9th frame already. O'Keefe also finding success over the years at this event. A few TV appearances. She was the runner-up in 2015. Saw that as a heartbreaking turning point in her career. We had a couple good in-depth stories about that on pwba.com and what that loss meant to her, how it motivated her. Battled with Liz Johnson down to the final frames. Came up short. Felt like not only did she let herself down, but all of the McKendree bowlers never wanted to feel that again and went on a tear in 2016. Now trying to finish out 2017 season strong, as are all of the players. Take a look at that Tour Championship bracket as we get ready for our final frames here. In 16 players will advance to that event. Top 2 in the points standings for the year will be seeded right into the semifinals. So how about that? Automatically earning spots on the live TV finals. And the next 2 on the points list will get a 1-round bye. Right now it looks like Liz Johnson and Diana Zavialova leading the way in the points. 10th frame underway here for Campbell and Dahmers. Campbell can get to 190, Dahmers 218. As of right now, the rest of the players in the bracket for the Tour Championship: Maria Jose Rodriguez, Daria Payuk. Daria, a winner this season, so she is locked into that spot. Rocio Restrepo, also a winner. Birgit Poplar, great story there from Germany. She came out to bowl this final swing of events She attended on the Orlando Open, St. Petersburg Clearwater Open, and then the nationwide Rochester Open. And her plan after that was to head back overseas to represent Germany at the World Games in Poland. Wasn't sure. We haven't talked to her yet to see if she was planning to come back for the U.S. Women's Open. But she made a TV show in Orlando. She's the top seed, so was going to have to be here on August 6th for the taping of that show. Bought her plane ticket after qualifying for that. Came back after the World Games. Bowled the Lucy mixed doubles. Came away with a win with the Jason Sterner. So she now is a PWBA Tour champion and seeded into the Tour Championship as well. So it looks like it's going to be one more trip back to the U.S. for Birgit, unless she just chooses to stay and hang out for a few weeks. Emil Williams Jr. is going to chat with her and kind of see how things unfolded. I had a chance to talk to her in Orlando. Just kind of get her take on that event, making her first TV show of the season as a PWBA member. She made a Queen show back in 2016. As a non-member, but now officially a member and a champion. So she'll be at the Tour Championship. Also in the bracket right now, Shannon O'Keefe, CT Rahman. Rahman became the first player from Malaysia to win a PWBA Tour title 1 week before her teammate Lee Jane Sin. So in our next match, it is Shannon Pluhowski and Lee Jane. Pluhowski, not yet a winner, but high enough up in the points. Looks like she won't have any trouble. Also in the bracket right now, Clara Guerrero, Jen Higgins, Missy Parkin, and Verity Crawley. And our other two players, Danielle McEwen and Kelly Kulik, both having great seasons. Kelly with a win in Fountain Valley. And Danielle McEwen, she's on all 3 TV shows scheduled for this week. If she can make it here at the U.S. Women's Open, that'll be 4 for 4 for her on Sunday. What a run she has had. Make sure to tune in to CBS Sports Network in August to see if she'll finish off any or all of those 3 opportunities. And here in our featured pair, O'Keefe finishes with 200, Campbell 190, and Dahmers 207. It's game 3 of 8. Coming to a close. Getting ready for our final frame in just a couple minutes here on our other pair. Good highlights from today's action. If you're just tuning in, thank you and welcome. This is Matt Canizaro alongside Emil Williams Jr. You're watching Extra Frame, and highlights available on the official PWBA Facebook page. A little bit of conversation going on there as well. If you have any questions, that's the place for them. No chat room here on Extra Frame. Final frame underway now. Holstenberg doubles up. She can get to 214. Bauer, a little bit of a mess here in the 10th. She can clean that up. She can get to 196. Roseberg working on the 3-bagger. She can get to 237. She's off to a great start. 300, 223 here. The first of 3 rounds of qualifying. Bauer unable to convert, finishes with 185. Holstenberg, spare here gives her 203, and now light hit for Roseberg in the 10th. 215 max score for her. Our other pair getting to it quickly. Brianna Cote starting things off. Daria Pajuk of Poland. Add one more country to the tally. They are joined by Stacy Starry from nearby McKinney, Texas. That sounds familiar. That is the home of Stephanie Johnson. Stephanie Bowen on this squad, so hopefully we'll see her come our way and we'll be able to tell her story a little bit. Nice break there for Stacy as the 4 and the 9 go late. Holstenberg finishes with 203, Bauer 185. Roseberg can deliver one more for 215. That'll put her at plus 138 after 3. What a great start. However, everybody chasing Sandra Gongora of Mexico, plus 226. Roseberg finishes with 213, and here's a look at Pajuk. Doubles up to start. The Greater Detroit Open champion said things weren't feeling that great. Almost took that week off. Decided to go, bowled well, made the show, and then finished it off in Green Bay. First PWBA Tour title for Daria. We're closing in on the halfway point of this first day, first round of qualifying for C Squad. This is game 4 of 8. All 3 players to our left, perfect through 2. And we'll be joined now by Katie Sudfin from Orlando, Florida area. Maria Jose Rodriguez, Austin, Texas, by way of Colombia. And our former Junior Team USA member, Ashley Rucker. Final player on that pair. Of these 6 players, we've seen 3 on TV this year on the PWBA Tour, CBS Sports Network. Actually, correction there. Cote, we saw last year, picking up a win at the Lexington Open. a winner nonetheless. Looking to get back there. Doing so in a major. Would be a great opportunity. There's Payuk. The high hit, the 7 and the 10 go. She and Cote both 3 for 3 here to start game 4. See if Starry can keep up. She goes high, can't get the 4 to go. Nice break for Rodriguez for the double. Maria always entertaining. She's the 2014 USBC Queens Champion. A major title, but not a PWBA title. Not yet. PWBA Tour did not return until 2015. Any wins? Between 2003 and 2015. They do count as majors, but not PWBA Tour titles. If you just got the kids to bed or you're just getting home from league or work, you're joining us here on Extra Frame, welcome. This is Matt Cannizzaro, and you're watching live coverage 2017 U.S. Women's Open, presented by United States Bowling Congress and Bowling Proprietors Association of America. A joint effort, a great event here at Plano Super Bowl in Plano, Texas. The first of a long week of competition. And you're watching it unfold live here on Extra Frame. Glad to answer any questions. If you just want to say hi, check out the official PWBA Facebook page. There's a thread there. It says live now. C Squad on the lanes for round 1. Drop your comments and questions in there. Be glad to take a look at those. Cote trying to stay perfect on lane 24 and gets the 10 to go. Daria 5 for 5 as well. A couple pairs just getting done with game 3, so we'll have updated standings in just a couple of minutes here. We'll check out what we have so far. Visit pwba.com/live. All the details are there. Otherwise, we will have the update for you in just a couple of moments. In the meantime, enjoy some of the best ladies in the world. We've got 2 with the front 5 here in our featured pair, Brianna Cote and Daria Payuk. Check it out. Here they are both now stepping up on 23 and 24. Cote unable to keep the string going. 7 spare in the 6th for her. Daria 6 for 6 though. A little bit of excitement here on extra frame. Just got a message from our good pal Tim Pfeiffer out there on the East Coast, and he's doing it right, watching extra frame with the sound off. So he gets to enjoy some great bowling, the best ladies in the world, and does not have to listen to me for 8 games. Good strategy. I do appreciate your support, though. On extra frame. A lot of great content, especially today. PBA 50 Tour, PWBA Tour. Definitely all the subscribers getting their money's worth. Daria Pike putting on a show for the subscribers. 7 for 7. Live on extra frame. Tell your friends. So we've got 3 great games unfolding here on our featured pair. Started with a couple of doubles, unable to make it 3 in a row there. Cote started with 5 in a row, couple spares. Looking to get back on track here in the 8th frame. And she does on our other pair. Maria Jose Rodriguez, 4 out of 5. Stuff in. Strikes down lane 25. Ashley Rucker, though, the left-hander, looking for her first strike here in game 4. We do have C squad standings after 3. We'll take a look at those after this next shot from Daria. She's got the front 7. And we'll give you a rundown of who our C squad leaders are as we near the halfway point. Daria already with the perfect game this season. Looking to stay perfect here. Goes high. Leaves the 4-10. Good shot. Could have been a 4, could have been a 10. Unfortunately, it is both. Maria. 3 in a row and 4 out of 6. 5 out of 6. Taking a look at the standings again. The bowler on top. Sandra Gongora of Mexico, plus 226. Ashley Galante, plus 217. Rocio Restrepo, plus 191. Yenny Wegner, plus 189. And fifth, Jellamar Beasley at plus 185. All of those bowlers are done. They're on A and B squad. C squad leader at plus 168. Liz Colkin, 276, 266, 226, 768. We saw her lead in Orlando. But each format a little bit different. Those events, standard events, a little bit shorter. Big bowl qualifying all in one day. Cashers round the next morning, followed by match play for the top 12. But here, 56 game format includes 24 games of qualifying, followed by an 8-game cashers round. After 32 games, the top 24 advance to match play. And 56 game totals determine the top 5 for the TV show. So Liz Culkin leading the way here on C Squad at plus 168, averaging 256 through 3 games. Next up, Christina Roseberg at plus 136. Danielle Vandermeer, plus 111. Leanne Holstenberg, plus 106. Vandertol, the left-hander, at plus 81. So it's the cut line right now. Again, standings include all bowlers on all 3 squads. A and B already with 8 games in the books. C squad through 3. Australia's Bree McPherson at plus 82 is in 38th place. That's the cut number right now. There you have it. If you want to check out some further details or see how your favorite player is doing, you can do that. pwba.com/live. Payuk just outside that number at plus 77. Rodriguez plus 56. Sudfin plus 52. Starry at minus 11. Skipped right over Cote at plus 55. Ashley Rucker, minus 55. Tenth frame underway on 23 and 24. Cote with the 10 pin there. Best she can do, 235. Daria up in the 10th. Left the 410 last time on this lane. It's all 10 to go there though. She can get to 264. Appreciate everybody being here. Any questions or comments? Check out the official PWBA Facebook page live now. C Squad. Say hi. Let us know you're watching. Cote finishes with 236. Payuk second shot in the 10th. Great shot. A little bit high, but nice break there for her for the double. So count, she's in the 260s. Starry can get to 225 with a clean game here. Great shot by Stacy. Daria went to the bag to try something else. She's getting pretty far left. High flush, 264. Nice little surge for her here in game 4. Sutphin back on track after the 9 dash in the 8th frame. Rodriguez was working on a 5-bagger. She still can get to 258 here. She'll be up in the 10th here in just a moment. Nice crowd here at Plano Super Bowl. The workday complete here in the DFW area. Tuesday coming to a close. Hopefully all the bowling fans not here are at home watching CBS Sports Network. There's Maria up in the 10th now. That was way left. Crosses over. 6 won't go. .247. Max score here for Rodriguez. Looks like Aaron Smith getting ready to post the news about Junior Gold, the U15. U15 finals on tonight, so the recap will be posted in a few short minutes. Also a highlight video, you don't want to miss that. Very cool work by Jason Thomas. We'll have that here shortly as well on the official USBC Facebook page. .244 for Maria. Sutphin with the spare. She can get to 194. Rough game here for the left-hander Rucker. Leaves the 7, just 1 strike here in game 4. Came in the 5th frame. Open in the 7th, and best she can get to now, 177. Liz Culkin struggling here in game 4. A couple pairs to our left. Remember, she was leading the way at plus 168. Best she can shoot is 189 here in game 4. Rucker's going to try something different here on the fill ball. Looks like we'll see some familiar faces coming up in game 5 on our left-hand featured pair this time. Rhodes, Poss, Zavialova, and Vandertol coming our way. We saw them on 25 and 26 earlier this round. Rodriguez 244, Sutphin 194, and Rucker 174. Game 4 is done. We'll have game 5, the back half of this block, coming up in just one moment, folks. Thank you for tuning in. You're watching continued coverage from 2017 U.S. Women's Open here at Plano Super Bowl in Plano, Texas. 4 games down, 4 to go here on Extra Frame. This is Matt Canizaro. We'll be right back with game number 5. Don't go anywhere. All right, folks, so we appreciate you hanging in there with us. We're rolling along here. Game 5 underway to our right. We're still waiting on our other pair. Seems to be a traffic jam somewhere. Players on the move, though. So we'll have the rest of our guests for Game 5 coming up here in just one moment. Right now, here's a look at Lindsay Boomershine. Having a great few events this year. Qualifying leader at the Queens. Made TV at the Players' Championship. Limited action this year. Had a son earlier in the year. Knee injury after that, so a little bit of a break for her this year. Another standout from Columbia. Puentes. Spare 3-bagger. And a left-handed rookie, Amanda Fry. Great shot there for the double. All right, yep, everybody's gone. We had Amanda on chatting with us in Orlando. That's the last event I was at here on Extra Frame. Product of Vanderbilt. Grew up on the West Coast. And now doing the bowling thing. A lot of the players maintaining careers outside of the PWBA. Working a couple days a week, hitting the road the rest of the way. And some giving it to full-time go. Bowling every chance they can. If they're not at a PWBA event, they're finding a PBA regional, the World Series of Bowling, or traveling internationally in the World Bowling Tour. Representing their countries. Many just got done at the World Games in Poland. Some making it back just in time for the Lucy. That's the mixed doubles event down in Houston. And then making the 5-hour drive up here to the Dallas-Fort Worth area for the U.S. Women's Open and some for the upcoming TV shows. While we have a chance, let's take a look at pwba.com, see who our TV finalists are for those events. First one, the Orlando Open, took place at Boardwalk Bowl. Top seed there, Birgit Poplar of Germany. Number 2, Danielle McEwen. And the opening match on that show will be two-time reigning Player of the Year, Liz Johnson, on her way to locking up a 3rd consecutive Player of the Year honor. She'll take on the local favorite, Stephanie Johnson, who works right here at Plano Super Bowl. That was her first event back after having her 2nd child. Number 4, Johnson taking on Liz Johnson. Winner will meet McEwen. And the winner of that match will bowl Birgit for the title. Next event up, St. Petersburg Clearwater Open. GB finalists determined in early July at Seminole Lanes. Opening match there, Claire Guerrero of Columbia will take on McEwen. Mentioned Danielle making all 3 shows leading up to the U.S. Open. Winner of that match will face Giselle Pass. Got to see her here in a minute on 23 and 24. And the top seed for the St. Pete Clearwater Open, Shannon O'Keefe. So looking to solidify her place. And our final event, Nationwide Rochester Open. Prior to TV, once again, we will see Claire Guerrero. First match, she will take on Christina Zerbinski. Christina, a left-hander. The winner there will meet another left-hander, Shannon Plahowski. Still looking for her first official PWBA Tour title. Tough break there, by the way, for Lindsay Boomerstein with the 710 on lane 26. We did see that. And the top seed for Rochester, her third consecutive show, Danielle McEwen. She's going to have a busy Sunday. She bowls well here at the U.S. Open. She could have back-to-back-to-back-to-back TV shows. Those are always interesting, can be fun, can be nerve-wracking, can be emotional. We saw Shannon Plahowski last year. Had a heartbreaking loss as the top seed at the U.S. Women's Open. Had to turn right around and bowl the Lexington TV show. And at the same time, earlier this year, we saw Liz Johnson win the Players' Championship and then turn around and have to bowl 2 more shows. Those didn't go as well. So it's definitely a roller coaster of emotions for sure on those days. Danielle McEwen, regardless, will have 3 consecutive shows where she is looking to make some magic happen here to close out the 2017 season. So all those details available on pwba.com. Check it out. Appreciate everybody hanging in here for Game 5. One pair just getting underway, the other nearly done. Shout out to Paul Henderson, his wife Alicia, bowling this week's event. He was here earlier, might still be here, but checking in on the official PWBA Facebook page, saying hi. We appreciate you, Paulie, and everybody else joining us here tonight. Drop your messages and questions in, and we'll see what we can do, and maybe grab a guest or two as the rest of this block unfolds here at Plano Super Bowl. Our other featured pair, we saw Vandertol, Zavialova, Post, and Rhodes earlier in the block. On our other pair, and our second 710 in as many frames. Vandertol, Boomershine now up after hers, trying to bounce back. Great shot there on lane 25. That lane not giving her much trouble. She is perfect on the left lane. The right lane, however, a couple of 9 counts and the 710. So we'll see how she attacks that lane differently coming up here in frame number 8. Here's Puentes. Great shot. Colombia well represented on the PWBA Tour this season. Mentioned Guerrero already with a couple TV appearances coming up. Maria Jose Rodriguez was here with us a minute ago. She's been on TV this year. Rocio Restrepo with a TV appearance and a title. She had a great start to the year. She looked unstoppable early on and picked up the win. Been a little bit quiet here later in the season, but we'll see her at the Tour Championship for sure. Boomershine unable to figure out that right lane. Trying to make the right guesses. She's going to have to finish there. So a lot of pins available in the 10th frame if she can figure out something. She's got some good eyes behind her. And Hall of Famer Del Ballard Jr. He's a local guy. We've already mentioned his wife, Carolyn. They live about 50 miles away. Keller, Texas. Ninth frame, Puentes doubles up. Some excitement to start this block. C Squad born on the double burn of this 43-foot oil pattern. Christina Roseberg with a 300 in the opening game. Danielle Vandermeer had 298. You can see both of those videos now on the official PWBA Facebook page. Vandermeer leaving the 410 on her final shot. Roseberg 300, the second of the day. Jen Higgins had one this morning. Boomershine trying to stay perfect on lane 25. Little love on the 10. She is done with that lane now. Can she figure out the right lane? Our 10th frame underway already. Fuentes can get to 249. Great game here. We should have standings by now after 4. And we do. Again, Sandra Gongora of Mexico, plus 226 is the leader. Everyone trying to chase her down here on C Squad. C Squad leader is Liz Culkin at plus 157. She had 189 in game 4 after a great start. Next on C Squad, Daria Payuk. We saw her shoot 264 here in our featured pair. She's at plus 141. Roseberg started with 300. She is at plus 121 after 4. Danielle Vandermeer plus 120. Vander Toll at plus 103. Maria Jose Rodriguez 244 here on our featured pair. She's at plus 100. And Hulsenberg plus 99. And the cut line right now, 38th place. Junior Team USA member Julia Bond, standout at the University of Nebraska, bowling as a non-member this week at the U.S. Women's Open. She's at plus 96, so that is your number right now, plus 96. Still a very long way to go. This is just game number 5 right now of 24 games of qualifying. Just outside that number at plus 94 here in our featured pair. Zavialova, USBC Hall of Famer Robin Romeo not far back at plus 91. And here on C Squad, Nicole Bauer, Brianna Cote, and Shannon O'Keefe all tied with Romeo at plus 91, just outside top 38 right now. Halfway through our final block of the day. Here's the left-hander Fry to close things out. All 10 for 202. Puentes, though, 248. Big effort for the Colombian. See if we can track her down in the standings. Looks like she might have needed every bit of that 248. There she is. Minus 13 coming to this game, so she now is plus 35. Nice move for her. Amanda Fry was at minus 40. 202 here. Keeps her losing any more sticks. Boomershine now can get to 206. Figured out that right lane for the double in the 10th. Never give up. Get all you can. Long way until game number 24. Boomershine was at plus 23. She'll pick up a couple sticks here. Stay on the plus side of things. We already mentioned Diana, just outside the number after 4 games at plus 91. Plus 94 for Diana. Giselle Poss at plus 28. Vandertoll at plus 103. I mentioned her earlier. Rhodes at plus 12. That is the rundown. So 205 for Boomershine, 248 for Puentes, 202 for Amanda Fry. We'll turn our attention now to the back half of game 5. To our left, Rhodes, Poss, Davyalova, and Vandertoll. Folks, thanks for tuning in. Coverage continues here, live from Plano Super Bowl in Plano, Texas. Looks like we did have a little bit of excitement that game. Couple pairs to our right. Brianna Cote making things happen. Had the front 9. Looks like 278 from here, so did not get the 10th one, but anytime you bowl 270 at the US Open, that's a big deal. She was one of those players tied at plus 91, so that will jump her into the cut line, which is 38. Total field this week is 114. Great shot there by Rhodes, but the 8 won't go. Denied the double. Great support here by friends, family, and the local bowling community. Rhodes listed from Wichita, Kansas. About a 5 or 6 hour drive, depending on weather and traffic. many of our pairs. Wrapping up game 5. Did have that traffic jam. Not sure what happened. So a couple just around the 5th or 6th frame. Sandra Gongora, player to beat after 2 squads at plus 226. All right, we'll check out the official USBC Sport of Bowling Facebook page here. And the news. The news is out. Solomon Salama and Jennifer Laredo, the winners. 15 and under division at the Junior Gold Championships. And check out the finely written story by Aaron Smith. We're waiting for a highlight video of Salama's final game on TV. Back-to-back U15 winner, and did it in exciting fashion. Check out the story. Keep an eye out for the video. And again, we are here. Stop by the official PWBA Facebook page, the Live Now thread. Say hi, ask your question. Tell us you're coming to visit in person. We'll look forward to seeing you here at the U.S. Women's Open. We still got 3 games left here for today's competition. This is our 3rd squad of the day. Bowling on the double burn if you want to see the oil pattern. Another interesting shape, 43 feet, 31 mils, Kegel ice oil. The graph available at pwba.com/live. Game 5 rolling along here on 23 and 24. Diana. Vandertoll looking for the double. Great shot. Haas working on 3 in a row. Still can get to 267 here in game 5. That one was left. Almost holds. Lucky just leaves the 4 and the 7. missed any of today's action but don't want to miss anything the rest of the way, we'll be back on the air here on Extra Frame tomorrow, bright and early, 9 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. here, DFW. So 3 squads tomorrow again. It'll be 9 a.m. Eastern, 2:15, and 7:30 p.m. In all times Eastern. If you're local, 8 a.m., 1:15, and 6:30. First squad tomorrow will be B squad. They bowled this afternoon. These ladies bowling on C squad right now will be here in the middle of the day. And our A squatters from today, they bowled on the fresh. Tomorrow, they'll bowl on the double burn. And we'll shake them up again on Thursday for the final round of qualifying before we cut the field down from 114 to the top 38 for 8 more games. And those 38 bowlers will be cut down to 24 based on their 32 game pinfall totals. Very simple. And then we start 3 rounds of round robin match play before we know who our 5 TV finalists will be for the live finals. That's noon Sunday on CBS Sports Network. Vandertoll with the 3-bagger. We're ready for the 10th frame here. On our left, Zevialova with the open in the 9th. And the single pin miss in the 3rd. She can get to 189. Saw Rhodes leave a stone cold 8 here on the right lane. She still has 217 out there. Vandertoll 237, and Poss can get to 245. Game 6 underway to our right. Crawley, Bauer, and Caitlin Johnson doing their thing. Brooke Bauer just had a big game, 264, I believe, off to our left, but we'll have the score updates here, obviously, once everybody has wrapped up game number 5. Here's Rhodes now, up in the 10th. Diana delivered her first strike. Rhodes trying to match the effort. Gets everybody to go. Playing a bit of a fallback there. So we're in the back half of this 8-game block, and some of the players, especially the heavy-handed ones, get pretty far left. Diana can't get the 9 to go. Good shot, though. So she'll be in the 180s. And right around that cut number. Rhodes doubles up to make it into the 2 teens. Gonna go to the bag, it looks like. Go to the bag. Make a ball change. Make a move on the lane as well. We saw that fallback work. First 2 shots here in the 10th. Zevialova, 179. Sorry about that poor math skills. 30 years of bowling. Gotta put the glasses back on. There's Vandertoll. Another terrific shot for the 4-bagger. She still can get to 237. Rhodes, final shot. 217 possibility. Ball change and a little bit of a move right, it almost looked like. Another great shot. Very talented young players. Caitlin Johnson, mentioned her. Upcoming appearance on TV for Junior Gold. And as the players get farther left, some of them really, really good at it. Haas crosses over. Verity Crawley, very good at opening up the lane. Diana, very good as well. Vandertoll finishes with 220. Looks like we get to see another top left-hander coming up here in just a minute, Shannon Plahowski. But first, Haas will finish things up. 245 max score. That one left again. Crosses over. The double Brooklyn in the 10th. She smiles for the extra frame camera. No style points here at the U.S. Women's Open. It all looks the same up on the scoreboard, but based on those two shots, she's going to go to the bag. Try something different. Again, Giselle coming through Vanderbilt University. Great coach there, and Josie Ernest Barnes, PWBA champion. Giselle bowling for Team Puerto Rico, coached by Jerry Edwards, former Team USA coach. Jerry, one of the best as well. So, no surprise. Giselle is talented and versatile, as she is. Gonna wrap things up here with the ball change, and keeps that one on the right side of the head pin for 245. Rhodes 217. Zabialova 179 and Vandertoll 220. So they will grab their stuff and get on their way. Change things here. We now officially are in game number 6 here in our featured pair. This block rolling along. Bauer, Johnson, and Crawley nearing the halfway point. Johnson 3 out of 4. But Bauer, after the split, delivers 3 in a row as well. And Crawley, double, and what likely will be a couple of spares here. And we'll have our next group of players coming up here in just a minute, folks. Continued coverage of the 2017 U.S. Women's Open here at Plano Super Bowl. We'll have the conclusion and the start of game number 6 of 8 coming up here in just one moment. This is Matt Cannizzaro. Thanks for tuning in. All right, game 6 now underway on both pairs. Let's take a look at our 4 players. On our left, looks like Diane Hasty of Arlington, Texas, coming out and testing her skills against the best women in the world. Might as well. The event is in your backyard. Take advantage of the opportunity. See what you've got, or prove what you've got even. Give it a run here. Final major. Final open major. U.S. Women's Open. Season will conclude with the 4th major event of the year. That will be invitation only for 16 top performers on PWBA Tour this year. That includes all eligible champions, and the rest of the 16 will be filled out from the points list. If you want to see who the winners have been or what the stats look like for the year, visit pwba.com. A lot of great information there. Some great coverage, different feature stories, and daily coverage from this week's event as well. So check out the news section at pwba.com and let us know what you think. Of course, we work hard trying to provide entertaining coverage, not just about who's winning, but telling some of the stories from the PWBA Tour as well. Today's feature story about the left-hander Shannon Blahowski. Sometimes the best stories have nothing to do with the scoreboards. Here's Blahowski now, getting ready to step up on lane 24. Joined on this pair by Jody Wessner, record holder at the USBC Women's Championships. We've been waiting for Jody to have her breakout performance here on tour. Always hanging around. And our final player here on 23 and 24. We've got Desiree Negron of San Juan, Puerto Rico. All of these bowlers here on C Squad chasing Sandra Gongora of Mexico, plus 226. And leading the way for C Squad, Liz Colkin at plus 176. She's got a few games left to catch Sandra. Can she get there? Nicole Bauer close on her heels at plus 170. 6 pins back. Brianna Cote after that 278. She's at plus 169. Danielle Vandermeer plus 156. Christina Rosberg plus 126. Vandertol plus 123. Payuk plus 122. Branca plus 108. Cut line right now is at plus 105, so that number jumped up quite a bit there. More than 10 pins after that game. 38th place. That's how many bowlers will advance to the cashier's round. And that will take place on Friday morning. Before we cut to the top 24. Shannon O'Keefe, first player out right now at plus 100. Still plenty of time. O'Keefe with 5 games of 200 or better to be plus 100. 3 games to go here on our final squad of the day. Brooke Bauer on the outside looking in at plus 95. Maria Jose Rodriguez plus 91. Jody Wessner is at plus 90. Caitlin Johnson plus 87. Crawley at plus 85. So all these players well within striking distance of the top 38 after day 1. Shannon Blahowski having a steady day. She's at plus 35. 2-0, 180, 2-0, 2-0, 239. Shannon had a roller coaster last year at the U.S. Open. That's what we wrote about today. Able to sneak into match play in the 24th spot and then worked her way all the way up to the #1 seed with 3 great blocks of match play. So never give up. A lot of games, a lot of bonus pins out there. 30 bonus pins per win. Times 24 games, that is a lot of sticks available. Do appreciate everybody stopping in on the PWBA Facebook page, the Live Now thread for C Squad. Appreciate all the kind words. Gloria Gramley, thank you. Good question. Do I think the scores are higher on this squad than the others? Definitely have been some great scores, but can be expected. We mentioned this 43-foot oil pattern. Right now we're bowling on the double burn, so a lot of traffic on these lanes throughout the day. They were freshly oiled for A Squad this morning. A Squad bowled 8 games, B Squad bowled 8 games, and now we're just past the halfway point of our final squad of the day. That's why the right-handers are so far left, and sometimes, of course, that can affect the left-handers if they start crisscrossing. But all of the players will have a chance to see all 3 variations throughout the week. They'll see the fresh, the burn, and the double burn. But generally speaking, the higher scores do tend to come later in the day once the oil pattern has broken down and the lanes have opened up. Of course, that all depends on how the lanes were attacked by the bowlers earlier in the day. And that can change throughout the week once they get a look and once they've seen what the other players are doing on the various squads. That might change the game plan. That might change the way the lanes break down. So all of that taken into consideration. Definitely seeing some freewheeling here on our night squad. I would imagine earlier in the day, many of the players a little bit more direct. Heavy volume at 31 mils, so I would say a little bit of surface and straighter is greater, but now you see the players really bending the ball a little bit. Jody Wessner getting left. That ball holds for the double. 10th frame underway to our right. Bauer can get to 209. Another great shot by Crawley. She can get to 233. And Johnson bowling very well here on our featured pair. She can get to 258. We appreciate the question, Gloria, and thanks for tuning in. And of course, for stopping in and saying hello. Tell all your friends. We'll be here for a couple more hours here tonight and back all day tomorrow and for the rest of the week. My name is Matt Cannizzaro. You heard the sweet sounds of Emil Williams Jr. and Aaron Smith earlier today. I believe they had some great special guests on as well. I saw Chris Barnes chatting at one point, as well as Katie Sutphin, I believe, was on during the first block of the day. So with the field this week of 114 split over 3 squads, plenty of opportunity to see the players on other squads walking in, watching how the lanes are being played, watching their friends, and always glad when they're able to stop by and give us some insight especially after they just got done bowling, or maybe talk a little bit about strategy before they bowl. If you're following a particular player, you have a favorite, let us know who it is. Drop us a comment in the Live Now for C Squad here on the Facebook page, and tell us who the first one or two players are you like to check out in the standings. And as you're scrolling through, just 1 minute to go, Aaron Smith posted a video recap, a little bit of insight from Sandra Gongora of Mexico. She leads after 2 squads. She bowled great on B squad today, averaged 228 and some change. But in the event that she is not the leader after today's final squad, we wanted to give the world a chance to hear how she found success here at Plano Super Bowl today. So that is there on the official PWBA Facebook page as well. Great coverage, very balanced. Some big scores, some great insight there from Sandra, and much more. So check back often as the event unfolds here. But right now, game 6 wrapping up. Bauer finishes with 207, 219 for Crawley. And Johnson leaving the 3-6 in the 10th. She can get to 238. To her left, Pluhowski mixes them up. She is searching for her first double here in game 6. All right, Emil Williams doesn't want to go home. Too much excitement here at Plano Super Bowl. I do not blame him. The PWBA Tour season coming to an end. One more event to go. That is Labor Day weekend. Emil will not be there. He's getting married. Shanice Graham and Emil will be doing that back home in Chicago. So remember to send Emil your well wishes. And we have yet to decide which one of us is headed to the Tour Championship in his place. But Emil's had a great run here on the PWBA Tour this season, bringing you the action from coast to coast. And he will wrap things up in Chicago as a married man. But the rest of us and 16 of these talented players will be headed to Richmond, Virginia for the season-ending Tour Championship. And you're watching all of that unfold here. We'll add one winner from the U.S. Women's Open. All the other previous champions from the year, plus the top point earners. And Negron with 5 in a row. As we get toward the end of game number 6 on the left here, Jody Wessner looking for 5 in a row of her own. Very well bowled game here for Jody. The 10 won't go. Some great scores coming off of 23 and 4 right now. Pluhowski finally able to find a double. See if she can make it 3 in a row. Yeah, I think she almost smiled on that one. Either way, 3-bagger for Pluhowski. 5 in a row for Negron. Jody Westner blows over the 10. And now Hasty's going to step up. She's got 6 out of 7 here. Game number 6. Diane Hasty at minus 109 after 5 games. So nice effort here in game 6. So get her some of those pins back, hopefully. As Westner quick to step back up for the 9th frame. We'll patiently wait to see who our players will be for game 7 on the right. Vandertol, the left-hander. You catch her off to the right side of your screen there on lane 27. She has the front 6. Bercier has the front 7. Couple pairs to the right, and string ends there with the big 4 for Vandertol. Looks like Stephanie Johnson to our left had 279 that game. This is her home center. Once we're done here at the U.S. Women's Open and with the TV shows, she'll take a couple days, collect herself, and come back to work as the group sales coordinator here at Plano Super Bowl. And to our right, Valerie's run ends at 7. Looks like she left a 3-pin. Down on lane 31. And the first miscue of the game for Hasty there in the 9th frame, the 3-6-10. Howski, no problem on the 2-4, but a little bit of fire off camera there. She was working on 3 in a row and let that one get away. Here we are, 10th frame, Negron of Puerto Rico. She can get to 269 with 3 in the 10th here. That one goes high, leaves just the 6. Nice break there. Christina Wendell walking by. Saw her find some success here on extra frame earlier in her PWBA career. Here is Westner looking to finish strong. Gets the first one in the 10th after the split in the 9th. Desiree Negron is at minus 15 coming to this game, so she'll be in the 240s and make a nice push into the top 50 perhaps, or at least close to it. She finishes with 248. She'll be at plus 33. Westner will get to 215. Jody was at plus 90 before this game. She goes to plus 105. Hasty and Pluhowski going to wrap things up here on our featured pairs. And we will have game 7 coming up in just a minute. Aaron Smith checking back in as we roll to the conclusion of our final block of the day here. Continued coverage of the 2017 U.S. Women's Open. Aaron Smith experiencing some uncontrollable laughter, doing the neck laugh here, trying to be quiet with the microphones on. We'll check in with him and see what's up, and we'll be right back with Game 7 at Plano Super Bowl. We'll be right back. All right, folks, here we are, game number 7 underway. The finish line in sight. Here on the opening day of qualifying at the 2017 U.S. Women's Open. Matt Canizar, laneside, Plano Super Bowl. Here in our featured pair. Got Bethany Campbell, Camilla Dahmers, and Shannon O'Keefe to our right. Melissa Carter and Alicia Current joining us to the left. and Danielle Vandermeer, our final player. And back when the PWBA Tour returned in 2015, it was Alicia Current winning the very first event in Sacramento. Right, here is Current stepping up on lane 24. One game coming up after this, and then we will call it a day from Plano Super Bowl. Back at it bright and early, 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow with round 2. 3 more squads, 8 games apiece as we work our way toward the first cut. Go from 114 players down to the top 38 for the cashers round on Friday morning. And you can watch all the action unfold here on Extra Frame. You can check out the highlights on the official PWBA Facebook page and Twitter. And we'll have some stories throughout the week on PWBA.com as well to tell the stories that you can't see on the scoreboard. We do appreciate everybody being here with us and stopping in and saying hello on the Facebook page and reaching out personally, like our friend Tim Pfeiffer, who is home watching with the sound off. Don't blame you, sir. Not that you can hear me shouting out anyway, but regardless, thanks to everybody for tuning in here. Great shot there by Dahmers from Aruba. Melissa Carter joining us from Fayetteville, Arkansas. Vandermeer all the way from the Netherlands. She does live stateside in Washington, Illinois. Alicia Current has been coast to coast from Pennsylvania originally. Moved out to Utah and now back to Pennsylvania. Former Junior Team USA member. Runner-up at the USBC Queens in 2011 and then picked up her first PWB title, as I mentioned, in 2015. Bethany Campbell from the nearby, the Colony, Texas. Camilla Dahmers of Aruba, O'Keefe, Tour champion. We saw these players on our other featured pair earlier in this round. And for O'Keefe, she will be the top seed for the St. Petersburg Clearwater Open. But now she is branched out. She is not competing on the TV show. There's a possibility you can see her as a sideline reporter. So following in the footsteps of Carolyn Doran-Ballard and Kelly Kulick. So those 3 talented young ladies doing work on the lanes and then spending time with the microphone. Bringing you the action from all of our TV shows on CBS Sports Network. right, scores rolling in here after 6 games, and we could see a new leader here as we approach the end of our final squad of the day. Overall leader, Sandra Gongora of Mexico, plus 226. You can hear how she found success at Plano Super Bowl in the video just posted on the PWBA Facebook page. But hot on her heels, Danielle Vandermeer here on our featured pair. Danielle's at plus 194. Again, Sandra at plus 226. And right behind Danielle, Brianna Cote is at plus 191. Liz Koken hanging tough at plus 191 as well. And then a little bit of a drop off. Nicole Bauer is at plus 174, almost 20 back. And Shannon O'Keefe is in 22nd place at plus 155. Alicia Current at plus 62. 3 out of 4 here in game 7. Camilla Domers at plus 59. She's just outside the top 60. Melissa Carter at minus 42. Campbell at minus 107. So there you go. Can Danielle Vandermeer catch Sandra Gongora here live on Extra Frame? We still would have a whole game to go. Another great shot by Danielle, so 3 out of 5 for her. And a little momentum here in game 7. We'll have a complete recap for you later tonight on pwba.com, regardless of who the leader is. Aaron Smith here had the opportunity to talk to Ashley Galante and Sandra, who led A and B squads respectively. And we'll catch up with our overall leader, should that change here on our C squad. Get you the recap. So keep an eye out for that. Game 7 moving along quickly. A lot of strikes being thrown here. We mentioned Campbell at minus 107, but on 270 pace here in game 7. So can erase quite a bit of that minus with a strong finish here. Domers also piling on the strikes. You can get to 269. O'Keefe working on a 4-bagger also, as Campbell snaps the 10 in the 9th here, so she'll have an opportunity to close out a huge game here. Vandermeer didn't like that one, but it holds for the 4-bagger. Great shot by Domers to set up the 10th. 6-bagger for her. Carter getting in on the action. Open in the first, but now working on a 5-bagger of her own. Folks, if you are active on social media, I recommend following these players. Shannon O'Keefe, Alicia Curran, very active out there, and it's so interesting to see what these players do in their free time. And again, we mentioned earlier, some with full-time careers outside of the PWBA tour, so balancing things, working a couple days, traveling the rest of the way. Alicia Curran just moved back to Pennsylvania. She spends a lot of time on the lanes and in the gym. Shannon O'Keefe, a big practicer as well, but also known as Mama Bearcat, the head women's bowling coach at McKendree University. Leading her team to a couple of national championships here in 2017 and using them as motivation for her success here on the PWBA Tour. Everybody's got a story, but a lot of these players like to chronicle their travels and workouts and practice sessions. And I definitely recommend tracking them down on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat. They're all very diverse in their social media, but you can learn a lot about bowling and just about the tour life in general. So in your free time, of course. Right now, stay with us for one more game here. We're in the 10th frame on 25 and 26. Dahmers, a little bit of trouble here in the 10th. 3-6-10, no problem. So she can max at 246. Campbell did not get the first hit in the 10th, but 255. That'll erase half of her minus. She'll finish with 252. She was minus 107 coming in, so nice push there. See if she can get a strong finish in game 8 and be in good position to make a move tomorrow. Again, these players will be back on the lanes tomorrow at 2:15 Eastern. So C squad will bowl the middle squad of the day tomorrow on the burn. Right now, they are on the double burn. So that means they will see the fresh 43-foot oil pattern on Thursday before we make the cut to the top 38. Overall leader, Sandra Gongora. See if she can hold on as C squad concludes, but Danielle Vandermeer leading the way on this squad at plus 194. Brianna Cote and Liz Culkin close behind at plus 191 apiece. Looks like Cote struggling here in game 7. A couple of pairs to our left. The scores have been updated pretty quickly after each game, so visit pwba.com/live and check out how your favorite players are doing. Right now, O'Keefe going to go to the bag, and with a strike, she'll be low on the pair with 235, so nice effort here by our 3 players on 25 and 26. Good scores to our left as well, but Current not enjoying that right lane here in the back half of game 7. Had the open in the 7th, and now looking at a split in the 9th frame. Key finishes with 235, Campbell 252, Dahmers 244. Great effort there. Hard to believe, game 8, just moments away. Current with back-to-back open frames on the right lane. Vandermeer with the spare, and now it's time for the 10th frame here on 23 and 24. right, here we are, 10th frame. Carter already delivered the first hit. She can get to 247 current, 214, and Vandermeer 247 as well. That would be enough to get around our leader, Sandra Gongora. Looks like Liz Culkin was in the 250s that game, so she now would be the unofficial leader with the game to go. Looks like 255, and that means Vandermeer would not be able to catch her here in game 7, but it would be close heading into game 8. All right, Carter done. Looks like 246. Carter was at minus 42. So now she is plus 4 on the day. Good momentum here going into the final game. Here's current now. Plus 62 after 6. 14 here puts her right around the top 50. And our final player here in game 7 will be Danielle Vandermeer. Based on my poor eyesight, appears that Liz Culkin unofficially leading the way here overall with the game to go. Vandermeer coming into this game at plus 194, so with all 10 here, she too can go ahead of Gongora heading into the finale. But almost a 100% guarantee that any player interviewed as the leader after today, the answer would be the same. That is just day 1 of a very long event. It's great to be in the lead. It's nice to have an idea what's happening on the lanes, to have a little bit of cushion, but too many games to be thinking about match play or TV or anything like that. Vandermeer finishes with 236, 246 for Carter, 214 for Currents. And players on the move. We'll have our final game coming up here in just one moment. Folks, thanks for tuning in. Long day here. Our 24th game of the day coming up here on Extra Frame. This is Matt Cannizzaro, and you're watching the 2017 U.S. Women's Open, brought to you by BPAA, USBC, and of course all of our great sponsors here on the PWBA Tour. Cubic AMF, Smithfield, Nationwide, Pepsi, Go Bowling. Appreciate the fine folks here at Plano Super Bowl for all of their hard work and opening their home to us for this week's event. And of course, the 3 TV shows coming up as well for the Orlando, St. Pete, Clearwater, and Rochester events, following the live show for the U.S. Women's Open on Sunday. You can find the complete schedule at pwba.com, and of course, check your local listings for when those shows are going to air. You don't want to miss them. We'll be right back with our final game of the day coming up in just a minute. Thanks for tuning in. This is Matt Cannizzaro. We'll be right back. right, there you have it on the screen. Game 8 of 8 for C Squad round number 1. That will mean 1/3 of qualifying in the books here at the U.S. Women's Open. Joining us this game, unofficial leader Liz Culkin. We'll have the updated standings here in just a minute. And Jolene Planafors of Sweden. And Linda Walbaum, our final player. So nice to see our friends from Sweden joining us this week in Plano, Texas. Not sure what they've been up to for the rest of the PWBA Tour season, but along with Jolene, we saw Jenny and Kasha Wegner, Sandra Anderson, Nina Flack, I believe, is here as well. But just looking down the standings at all the countries represented: Mexico, United States, Netherlands, Colombia, Sweden, Venezuela, Ukraine, Poland, Germany, England, Australia, Latvia, Aruba, Puerto Rico, Brazil. So very nice, again, to see players from all over the world coming to test their skills against the best on the PWBA Tour, and we've seen plenty of them on TV this year on CBS Sports Network. Here's Walbaum now looking for 3 in a row here to start game 8. And week 10 doesn't want to go. Still waiting to see who's headed our way. Looks like another look at Daria Payuk, recent champion. Stacy Starry and Brianna Cote having a great day. Challenging for the lead here after the opening round, but Miss Culkin bowling very well here on the double burn. Not surprised, I mentioned that earlier. She definitely can get left and open up the lane. She's got 3 out of 4 here to start game number 8. We'll have our standings in just a minute. And our featured pair here rolling into the halfway point as Aaron Smith checks back in. This hard-working guy's been here for forever today. right, just talking a little bit of strategy here with Mr. Smith on how we're going to attack things at the conclusion of C Squad tonight. Of course, we want to catch up with our overall leader and see what the keys to success were today on the lanes here at Plano Super Bowl. Is it going to be Liz Culkin? Is it going to be Danielle Vandermeer? Maybe Brianna Cote? We'll have updated standings through 7 here in just a few moments. The front runner is Culkin. She's got 5 strikes in the first 6 frames here. Vandermeer with a couple of splits down to our right. Either way, some pretty good storylines. We saw Liz lead early in the Orlando event. Had a huge block to get to the top of the standings there, and then struggled a little bit in the cashers round and the rest of the way there. But she did pick up 1 win back in 2015 and looking to find her way back into the spotlight. So she's been plugging along, real consistent. But a hot start for her PWBA career. And I know she was pretty disappointed in Orlando with how things finished. So motivated to finish the season strong here. We mentioned Danielle Vandermeer picking up the title at the Women's Championships a couple of years back. So again, from the Netherlands and now living stateside in Illinois. Just again, part of that great international representation we have here, not only this week, but all season long. And in the winner's circle, Daria Pajuk picking up a win, representing Poland. Rocio Restrepo representing Colombia. And some great performances from Verity Crawley of England. And we know, based on our World Championships experience, that Aaron Smith has been working on his Dutch. So perhaps he can pick up a few tips, not only about bowling, but about speaking Dutch from Vandermeer, should she continue to bowl well today and throughout the week. But right now, Liz Culkin having a great day and not quite ready for the standings here yet through 7, but they are rolling along, so we won't let her get away for sure. Again, action continues tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern. A lot of people checking in throughout the day. Don't know how much the work's getting done, but we do appreciate you having us on in the background or checking in periodically throughout the day. Emil Williams Jr. here all week long as well. He was the main man for the first 2 squads today. Aaron Smith hanging close. And that's how we roll. Here's Daria now up on lane 25. She had 260 plus on our other featured pair earlier in the block, and now she is sliding in the left gutter. Great shot there. Daria, very versatile. Spends many of her days training at the Kegel Training Center in Lake Wales, Florida. She bowled at Weber International, so that is the benefit of being part of the Weber program, and it certainly has paid off for her. Picking up her first title this year. Liz Culkin, a product of the University of Nebraska. National champion there, and a world champion for Junior Team USA in 2014. World Youth Championships. Walbaum, a veteran, past success Nice to see her come out. Off to our right, Vandermeer. First strike coming in the 6th frame here in game 8. So this one should belong to Liz Culkin after shooting 250 in game 7. No score update just yet. But if you're curious about how things are unfolding so far, again, pwba.com/live. Keep an eye on the official PWBA Facebook page for highlights and scores from throughout the event. And here we are, game number 7. My eyes did not deceive me. Liz Culkin, 255. She is at plus 246. 246, averaging just over 235 for the day. Vandermeer is second at plus 230. Gongora, third overall at plus 226. So Liz Culkin already passed 180. So Culkin will stay ahead of Gongora and likely ahead of Vandermeer as well. So Aaron will be catching up with Liz Culkin here very shortly. Nicole Bauer bowling well though. She's down in the top 5 at plus 212. Looks like Bauer, a few pairs to our right. Bowling well, clean, but not going to catch Liz Culkin, who's trying to polish off a 240 game here and leaves the 10. She liked that shot, but she can spare it up here. 225 should be enough to maintain the overall lead after day number 1. Best Vandermeer can do is 205 this game. Shannon O'Keefe is at plus 190. Verity Crawley at 279 in game 7. She's at plus 183. Being harassed here in the live stream booth by Chris Barnes. I would expect nothing less. He's leaning in. He's getting a little bit old, hard to hear. We've traveled the world together. I thought we were friends. Culkin finishes things off with 224. So she is 270 over by my math, and Aaron Smith absolutely agrees. He's the numbers guy around here. If you're not sure who Aaron Smith is, anytime we're doing the live streams, and he's the guy sitting next to me, sometimes known as the other guy. Looks like Verity Crawley has started this game with a string, and should she go all the way, she would need to. She was at plus 183 coming into this game. So a perfect game obviously would put her at plus 283, just ahead of Culkin. But she is only halfway through. Not that she hasn't done it before. We've seen her shoot 300 at the USBC Queens. Looks like she's got the front 7 down on the low side, so Aaron's going to keep an eye on that. That would be quite an exciting finish here for our final game of the day. But right now, in the clubhouse, Liz Culkin at plus 270. Planet 4's open to finish. She finishes with 190. Jolene was at plus 15, so that drops her to plus 5. Wallbound was just ahead of her at plus 17. She can get to 210 here. She'll be in the plus 20s for the day. And on her right-hand pair, Payuk at plus 137 coming into the finale. Cote had 180 in game 7. She's at plus 171. But piling on the strikes here in game 8. She's working on a 4-bagger. She'll step up here on lane 25 in just a moment. Starry from nearby McKinney, Texas, who's at plus 7. So having a nice day here. Just looking for a strong finish here and some momentum heading into tomorrow. Again, these players are on C squad today. Means they will be back on the lanes tomorrow at 2:15 Eastern, bowling on the Burn. If you'd like to follow them throughout the week. Verity Crawley down on 13 and 14. Trying to pass Liz Culkin here. She'll need at least the front 10. And it looks like she's still at 7 right now. Aaron Smith headed that way. Wallbound finishes with 206. Culkin 224. Jolene 190. We'll watch the final couple frames here from Cote, who just delivered her 5th consecutive strike, and Payuk and Stacy Starry. Nice shot there by Daria for the late 4-bagger here. Shot by Stacy. Still can get to 202. Finish the day plus here at Plano Super Bowl. Danielle Vandermeer finishes with 183. So she will drop to plus 213. Down past Gongora and Galante. Looks like Bauer had a tough finish down to our right. Final standings will be available at pwba.com minutes after the squad completes tonight. We'll have a recap for you. Story-wise, we'll talk to the leader, which could be Verity Crawley. she is still striking. Otherwise, we'll catch up with Liz Culkin, maybe both. We'll have that for you on pwba.com and link to it on the official PWBA Facebook page, so keep an eye out for that. One more good shot by Starry. And now we're ready for the 10th frame. Final frame of the day. Cote, 266 possibility. That'll be a nice finish after 180 in game 7. She adds one more. Culkin, clubhouse leader, plus 270. Paiuk adds one more in the 10th. She still can get to 242. The harassment happening in the booth right now. Chris Barnes, the end of a long day. He's grabbing the headset. This is never good news. He's pushing the button. Here we go. Hi, Chris Barnes.
Hi, Matthew.
How are you doing?
I am dandy. Thanks for asking.
Nice long day here at Plano Super Bowl, right?
Yes. Several of the ball reps already looking forward to Syracuse's version. It's the same thing. At least the women's tour is mostly nice to them. The men's tour probably will not be.
That is true. The ladies out here are very friendly to each other, to the ball reps, and to the fans.
And most of them are probably happy to actually be averaging over 203.
They have a tough, challenging year, having to earn every bit of success out here, but some great scores here today on this 43-foot oil pattern, and nice finish here for Daria, 242, 265 for Cote. But Plano Super Bowl, arguably one of the higher scoring houses in the area already. What can you tell us that maybe you told the folks earlier just about what we're seeing here today?
Well, it's an HPL surface, and it's generally a little bit higher friction surface anyway, and this is a high-liner center. A fantastically successful center, both recreationally and league play, so lots of lineage here, which makes the track pretty dominant. I'm not surprised to see the scores go big once the pattern broke down and the ladies were able to get into into 15 and then later on 20 and even deeper than that. So great carrying house, so playing deep doesn't necessarily mean the scores go down like it does in some places.
Some very talented players, and we've seen the versatility, and we'll see it throughout the week here on the C squad. 24 games of traffic already now for some of the right-handers, able to get left and wheel it pretty well. One player, Verity Crawley, looks like she had the front 9 down there chasing the lead. Don't know that she got the 10th one, but some great scores. Liz Culkin plus 270. Cote is 236 over, unofficially second right now.
Wow. Yeah, and this squad is the highest rev rate of all the 3 squads, and so I would expect them to take advantage of this squad. The best of the 3 squads. A will be their least favorite. I think B squad is probably pretty well best on A squad actually, and so which should help the lanes break down for everyone after that as well. But Verity, just a little while ago, we were thinking for a high rev rate player, she's 100 over. Not really what I expected, and she went 270 last game, and now at least 270 this game. Price is averted.
Well, we've seen Verity, bowl very well all year. Very versatile, rookie of the year contender, of course, with Daria as well. They faced off for the title at the Greater Detroit Open, so we're going to see a lot of them, I think, the rest of this season and down the road, and just some super young talent out here, and some great talented veterans as well. CDB, Farrandor and Ballard here right next to us.
those two, Verity and Daria, are certainly future stars on this tour, and you know, a win will certainly give Daria a little heads up on the Rookie of the Year race. But this week will have a lot to do with that. Anybody making the show here would have could certainly stake their claim probably pretty definitively here in a major.
Well, we were waiting to see the math and get the calculators out to see if maybe Liz Johnson wraps up the Player of the Year mathematically already as we head into, of course, this live TV finals and then the season-ending tour championship. So, Liz, 3-time defending champion here at the U.S. Women's Open, 2-time reigning Player of the Year, and bowled very well today.
It's just crazy. You know how hard it is to win a tournament like this, and it's been on pretty varied type patterns. You know, ironically, the two highest scoring patterns this year have been the two majors for the women. And everybody gets caught up in, well, it has to be this, or it talks in absolutes. And the only thing that's absolute, that in every tournament there is a winner. And so one of the easier U.S. Opens I ever bowled in, Dave Houston won. I don't think it made it less of a tournament because the scores were high that week. And one of the hardest ones was the one Del Ballard beat Walter Ray in a few years before that. Again, you know, scores are just, they're only relative to what decisions you make and what kind of choices you make on how to attack a pattern. None of them are easier or harder to win than the other.
Well, we've seen some great scores. We've seen some struggles today, and it's only day one. So we'll have 24 games of qualifying over the next couple days, and then we'll cut the field down to the top 38 for the Cashers round, and then match play, and then things get pretty exciting here. We'll start transforming the bowling center into a TV set for 4 TV shows on Sunday. Chris, we look forward to potentially enjoying your insight the rest of the week. I don't know about the harassment part, but always having fun here, so we appreciate anytime you want to stop by. And we're gonna switch cameras here, maybe. There we go. Oh, hey.
Close up.
Emil Williams Jr. on the camera work, a close-up of our recent PWBA champion, and final few frames coming to a close here.
Yeah, the thing I love about this format is actually that there is no re-oil. So because you bowled well today means there's no guarantee of bowling well tomorrow. You have to be able to play. You have to be able to play the outside part of the lane. You have to be able to play the middle. You have to play. You have to have some speed adjustments. You have to be able to do some different things, versatility-wise, and I think that's part of what makes the U.S. Open a great tournament and historically a difficult tournament to win. In addition to the size of the field and the patterns, but
and on that note,
the challenge,
the versatility part of it. And, if you look at the last 10 or 12 years at the U.S. Women's Open, 2 of the names that pretty much show up almost every time are Kelly Kulick and Liz Johnson. Have to be versatile. They love the long format. They love the challenge of it. And we'll, obviously Liz winning the last 3, and Kelly being right there, on TV and making, she said, I think all but 2 U.S. Open shows in her career. Pretty phenomenal.
It's pretty amazing. Yeah, I was one of the things that never got talked about, but my wife, and she made 5 U.S. Open shows in a row, and I don't know how many people on either tour can ever say, the present company you were talking about, I'm not even sure they made them 5 in a row, but the fact that they won them is pretty incredible, and it is a testament to the people who are shot makers, and they can do several different things with a bowling ball in their hand.
We talked earlier. These ladies have bowled a ton of games from coast to coast this season, but perhaps the biggest challenge being mental, being able to stay strong mentally and keep your head in it, especially in these longer formats. They know how to bowl, and most of them know how to make spares relatively well too, but the mental grind, I can't imagine what that is like out here, especially 13 weeks in.
I think the grind is a big deal, and then the Lucy Bonneau, last weekend was another one that was really difficult and really, particularly on the women's side, it was a little lower scoring. So another challenge. This will be a little bit refreshing that they you still have challenges matching up and doing some things, but if you do match up, the rewards are a little bit bigger this week. You have an opportunity to shoot 250 games. You have a chance to shoot 270 games. You could virtually make the top 12 every week, averaging about 205 for 9 out of the 12 weeks. And I enjoy those kind of challenges too, but they are mentally taxing after a while. And so this free up a few swings. May see some people actually break loose a little bit, and see how they handle the length of the run.
Quite a bit on the line here this week. Of course, a major title, $20,000 top prize, the green jacket, and for some of the players, the final push to see if they're going to make it to the Tour Championship, the 16-player invitational that will end the season. The champions who are eligible get to go, and then the top point earners. So there's some who are pretty close, trying to fight their way in.
A lot on the line this week, and a part of history.
We're going to watch our final couple shots here on our last few pairs. Emil Williams Jr. doing the camera work. He's been here all day, refused to go home until the work is done. So we appreciate the work ethic.
It's too legit. Too legit to quit. Hey, hey. If you at home were as tired as we were, then you would think that was funny too. But
yeah,
perhaps not.
Delirium starting to set in for some of the folks who've been here all day long. Some of the players even wanted to see how things unfold on the lanes. Of course, if you bolt early on the fresh, you're going to have to hit the burn, the double burn at some point. You want to see how the players are attacking them. So a lot of strategy involved this week, I'm sure, too.
Yeah, should be some A squad girls, women, either in the center or watching online to see how they finished up, how the players were attacking them. To be their only look before they bowl tomorrow night.
Looks like our final frame's underway down yonder. There's the left-hander Vandertol. We saw her bowl well here earlier. Another great shot there. Emil Williams following the ball down the lane. Giselle Poss, there's another talented young player. We mentioned her coming through Vanderbilt and Puerto Rico, coached by Jerry Edwards, former Team USA coach. Just the youngsters coming out of the collegiate program right now. It's pretty phenomenal.
Junior gold, and then the step there and the improvement in collegiate coaching across the board. Instead of just a few programs now, it's much more widespread how good those coaches are, and then how talented the players are when they get there. And so it's a stepping stone that builds upon, much like you're seeing on the men's tour. You have more players ready to go at 23 or fresh out of college, whereas it used to be 26, 27 before players are ready. The women are ready now too. They're pretty competition ready right out of the gate.
Well, we saw tonight on CBS Sports Network the U15 championship from junior gold. Last week it was the U12. Brandon Bone, the youngster, the left-hander, throwing the ball far better than many grown-up left-handers out there. And just U12, those guys, those youngsters, just the little Belmo, we called him on the TV show there, Rylan Brees. Just unbelievable talent, and they're seeing those challenging sport conditions at 10, 11 years old, and they're going to see it in high school, they're going to see it in college, and as you mentioned, they're going to be very ready when it is time for the tour life.
Yeah, they're just turning tough. They're battle tested, and it shows.
Don't miss any of that action on CBS Sports Network. We saw tonight the U15 and the collegiate bowling. We'll see you next week, U20, and one of our players here, Caitlin Johnson, bowling this week. She'll make an appearance, and maybe two if she can make her way through the U.S. Women's Open here. We'll have the live show Sunday at noon Eastern, and then 3 tape shows coming up as we wind down the 2017 PWBA Tour season.
And there it is.
And there it is, the final shot of competition today, folks. We do appreciate everybody joining us all day long. For Emil Williams Jr., Aaron Smith, Chris Barnes even stopping in. We do appreciate all of you, and we hope to see you again tomorrow starting at 9 a.m. Eastern here on Extra Frame. Folks, that is the news for now, and we'll see you on the lanes. Thanks.